All right, let's try this again. I think this time it'll work, but let's see. There we go. All right, it's been a while since I streamed, at least a month, or not, or maybe longer. I'm not even sure. So yeah, we'll see what we can do today. I actually have a lot to do. And I'm kind of overwhelmed with how much stuff I want to get done. But we'll take it one step at a time. So let's see. Yeah, so basically my goal today, well, not today specifically, but goal for the next little while is I need to get multiplayer implemented into this game, and that's kind of a huge task because multiplayer really just tendrils out into every aspect of the game and the engine, so it's gonna be a lot of work. The water physics are so satisfying. I spend so much time just like messing with the water physics. But yeah, based on the main menu here, the multiplayer button is grayed out, which is what we want to change. It's actually kind of a lie because the single player will basically be multiplayer as well. It's like multiplayer with a local connection to yourself. And that should keep things cleaner in the code base, I think, is the goal. But first, I need to add some things to the build pipeline, because otherwise testing this is kind of a pain. So I already do have multiplayer working in the engine, so that's something I worked on recently, is getting multiplayer support just like as a feature of the engine. I have to close all of these so I can demonstrate that briefly. This is one thing I want to fix right away. That's what I'm doing right now. So here's like a basic demonstration of multiplayer. So the left one here is a server, and then the right two are just clients. And this little red circle, the position is being sent over the network. So that's like the server saying where this thing is, to just demonstrate that, you know, these two guys are connected. Like I can leave, and obviously things work. And they don't have a disconnect message, so I throw an error. But it's really annoying right now to test multiplayer because I have to like manually navigate to the executable and like click it multiple times to open multiple windows. So for a quality of life improvement, I'm going to add a feature to my build pipeline and VS Code plugin to basically let me do multi-launching, so I don't have to navigate to the executable every time. So what we need to do is go to build and executable run. And yes, sorry if my voice is a little weird. I've been sick for like 3 weeks, on and off. It's actually really annoying. Yeah, so this is where when I click play compile and then run, this is where it actually like launches the game, is with this system call. So let's see. I'm just trying to think about how to do this. So I need to replace this because the system call basically is like blocking. So if you look on the right side here where it says like build finished, if I run this, actually it doesn't say that after build finished, but basically the build tool is still running while the game is running here. Then when I exit this, you can see that like it terminated with code 0. I think this might even be, yeah, this is this line here saying that. Or actually this line here saying that. So that's blocking, which is a problem if you're doing multi-launching because you need to spin off multiple, instances of the application. So you can't like block. You need to spin them off separately. But I actually do already have a utility for this. So launch a process. So process, and we give it the executable path and then the args. So this should basically be almost one-to-one. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So now I think that worked. I'm surprised I'm not seeing a terminal pop up. Let me think. But yeah, anyway, so if I launch this twice, or I can just copy this, process 1. We should get 2 of these things. Yeah, here we go. So should get, yeah, 3 of them. Yeah, and you can see here we go, it's like actually spinning off. I wonder where this overlay thing is. Where's this coming from? Oh. Yeah, but so we basically want this in a loop now because we don't want to hard code any of this. So we want like multi-launch count equals, let's do 1 for now. I guess I could just pass process directly to this, maybe. Oh no, it needs a reference. That's fine. This returns, I think, something. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, here we go. And now we want the number of these to be driven by the command line, basically, as launch arguments. But first, let's see. So we'll need an argument for this in a second. And I can make this a bit bigger as well. How does this work? Okay, did not like that. What's the issue? Null, interesting. Really? Oh, yeah, obviously. I'm just gonna hard code this in briefly, wherever this is. Test. Hey guys, yeah, all of the graphics right now are all placeholder because I don't have an artist. Well, we had an artist for the project a long time ago, so this project is actually very old. We first tried making this game like 10 years ago, and it didn't work out very well. So, but I'm reviving it right now just because it's fun. But yeah, a lot of the art style will change probably once I get further along. Okay, so this is actually really annoying the way I've designed this. A monitor? I'm not the right person to ask. I don't even know what monitors I have. I know the specs of them, but I don't know what brand it is. I don't even remember. Get one with a high refresh rate though, because it actually like makes a significant difference to eye strain and just the feel. So this is really ugly how I have to like add these options as a list. So I'm gonna change this at some point. But for now, I guess we're just gonna have hard coded in launch parameters. Launch arg parameters. All right. So that. Hey, thanks. Yeah, it's the years fly by. It's actually crazy. I was like doing these same streams a year ago, and now it's already January of 2026. And we're already like a third of the way through the month too. It's like wow. But yeah, it's going good. I wish I could be more consistent with the live streams. It's just I have kind of a chaotic schedule, so it's hard to be consistent. But I'd like to do these more often. I also don't work on interesting things all the time, so it's kind of boring to live stream, like just boring stuff. Okay, so we've plumbed that through the build tool, so now we just need to actually hook this up in the plugin, which means we go into JavaScript land, which is always a fun place to be. I say that sarcastically. So we need a multi-launch widget, and I guess the options will just be like a list of things. hard-coded as always. Okay, so widget graphics. I just need to like plumb this through everywhere I've done this. Caps lock. Nice. Yeah, I wrote like a bare bones UI system for the engine, my engine as well. I'm not using IMGUI or anything. For no reason really, it's kind of fun to write stuff. Select multi-launch count, I don't know. So we need it's just a lot of duplication. Oh no, my stream video went out. Why? Bear with me. I use a capture card for like my stream because I run on a separate computer with OBS. There we go. Should be back. Yeah, so I need to fix my stream setup this year, I think. Yeah, because I run on a separate computer with like a dedicated streaming PC, which is just like a crappy little mini PC I have. But yeah, I run through capture card because I have a Linux computer that I also have hooked up. And in theory, I can switch between them with just the press of a button here. So it takes a second to switch. But here, now I'm on Linux. So I'm on my Linux computer now. And like I can run, you know, the Linux build of the game. And I have the same for Mac. I don't have my MacBook in the room at the moment, so I can't switch to that. But yeah, so this is like the solution I came up with, trying to stream both operating systems at the same time. But my capture card like overheats or something and then just turns off every so often. So it's kind of more annoying than useful. Nice with the WSL. Multi-launch options. I don't need this flag in here. Okay, let's see. I need to make sure I don't miss one of these calls. Oh, I guess I do have this. Yeah, so sorry if I wasn't clear with what I'm doing. So I have this custom VS Code plugin that I use to kind of just drive the command line for interacting with my build system. So I'm adding a new widget to the bottom here, which lets me just pick how many instances I want to launch when I click run. So you can see like here's like all the widgets for like the config and the operating system and the tool chain, which are what these are down here. So I'm just adding another one. And this this plugin file that I have is like not good JavaScript code at all. because I don't use JavaScript pretty much ever, but it's enough where it works fine. Okay, I think this should, yeah, I need this as well. Let's launch. Making sure I've hit everything here. This is not... Actually, I might need this as well. Okay. I don't even remember what some of this is. I'm trying to like remember where this stuff came from. Let's see. I don't think I need that actually in hindsight. Let me comment this out. And then oh, this is interesting. Yeah, I never changed that. Okay, I think that should be fine, actually. Do I have a default value for this? Is the question. I guess we'll find out. Where's my widget? I don't have a widget. What happened? Something didn't work. There should be another widget down here. Did it not install? Let's see. That's today's date. Install. Okay, I'm missing something. What am I missing? Just missing a name, maybe? No. Oh, it's way over here. What? Oh, I type out something as well. widget. Is this not how you set an array? Is this, I don't even know. So it needs to be this. All right, there are the options. Like this should, in theory, run twice, but it doesn't because I hard-coded 4, of course. Take that out. Yeah, here we go. So we get 2 of them. If we want like 4. Versus 1. It's annoying how this button's way on the left. I'm actually not sure why JavaScript doesn't just create things in the order in which you initialize them. It's like I'm putting this here and then it just doesn't like that. I wonder why it does that. Okay, so widget value set. What do I call that? I guess it has to be this, right? Maybe that is necessary. Yeah, there it is. And then I want this to say something more specific. Let's see. definitely not my finest work. Don't judge my JavaScript. Okay. So in theory, that change should, yeah, say multi-launch. I guess I don't need a prefix. I'll just delete all of this. This is dumb. This isn't necessary. What is this? I think like ideally the position of this multi-launch widget, oops, I didn't reload. Ideally this thing would be like right next to the build and run button. Oh, my nose is so stuffed up. But it is really a pain to actually get these things where you want them to be. So I'm just gonna leave it there. The key point is that this actually works, and it is a quality of life improvement. So if we go back to the network example and set this to like 3, you know, now we get 3 windows, and you can easily test that, hey, it's like, it works. On a local connection, of course. So I will save this stuff. Build support. And that was the easy part of today. In the build tool, I can also delete this, I guess. I'm unsure if I wanted to fall back to the system call if there's only a multi-launch of 1. Because one of the differences between launching this as like a separate process versus just doing the system call is when you do the system call, it like launches within the context of, I guess, what is calling system. And I can demonstrate what that means. So basically if I have the game here and let me do a little bit of preprocessor stuff here so we can switch between them. So if I have like one multi-launch here for the game, see the system out for like printf is going to the terminal from VS Code, because like this build tool is running within the terminal of VS Code. So it's just like inheriting that terminal. Whereas if I run through create process A, it's going to basically create its own terminal. So you get one up here, which actually is kind of nice now that I think about it. I guess it's just different because like I'm used to looking at the the side here. But maybe this is better because it's like, this is clearly its own instance running within its own context. So actually that's probably fine. And then you can see like that this thing started up right away. So like once you see this, you know the application's running. And it takes like half a second because the game's like generating the world for the menu background. Which eventually I should do like asynchronously so it doesn't stall the game before the world's ready. That's not a priority at the moment. So yeah, I'm just gonna delete this stuff. Delete that. And then just for sanity's sake, I guess I should test this on Linux as well, because it uses a different code path for the multi-launcher. So let's go over there. Once the stream switches, takes a long time for some reason. There we go. Make this bigger so we can actually see what's happening. I need to get my stuff the same orientation as well. So we want to copy that. And we have to install the extension. Yeah, here we go. So we have the multi-launch button. Let's just launch like 3 of these things. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, interesting. I don't know what CCC is. So the answer to that is no. I don't know what that is. Interesting. So Linux actually inherits the console despite launching as a separate process. I didn't know that. I actually don't know if I like that either. So let me see. So process. Yeah, so Windows and POSIX do this differently. So I'm using exec VP here, which does what? Let's see, what's like good documentation for this? Oh, my eyes are burning. So let's see. Nice. I have to look this up. I'm not being specific enough. I assume this is it. Yeah, it's in December. Alright, let's see. You need to call fflush null before calling, I guess. Actually, this might be time for ChatGPT. Um, interesting. I guess I would need this set ID thing and then spawn my own terminal, I guess. Or specifically route standard out to wherever it needs to go. I'll leave that as a to-do because I don't want to deal with that right now. Let's just push that comment. I guess I could have made that comment on Windows. My screen is just black right now. This little switcher I have to jump between computers is not very reliable. I can't see my screen. What's happening? Here we go. Now it's back. Took a while. Took like 10 seconds. So let's put this comment up here. Oh, I didn't copy. Okay. All right, now to actually do the multiplayer stuff, which is what I'm procrastinating because it's such a pain. So I need to get multiplayer into the game, and I have this little side project that has it implemented partially. Very basic. Oops, that's not what I meant to click. Very basic handshake to like establish a connection, and like if I leave, it removes the connection. That could, I guess I could run again. Oops. Could like create one, leave, join. Works great. So I need to get this into the actual game. So I am going to just copy this over as a step 1, which might be harder than it looks. Yeah, I can just nuke this because that wasn't doing anything. Not go where I want it to. And I think that should just compile perfectly. Yeah, that worked fine. Obviously, no networking yet. Yeah, so what this is just like the networking classes, I guess. So I have a server and a client. And the server is responsible for, sorry, I'm like screaming into my microphone. A server is responsible for obviously handling multiple incoming connections. Yeah, handling like authentication of connections, And what I'm going to be doing for this game is I'm going to have both a TCP socket and a UDP socket, because both have their pros and cons. But essentially, I'm going to use TCP for anything that requires, you know, guaranteed arrival of data. The order of the arrival matters. So basically anything game state related will be TCP, and then UDP is like kind of just streaming stuff that I don't care about, whether it arrives in a specific order or arrives at all. This is just kind of like basic networking stuff in games. Is you tend to do most of your networking with UDP, just because it's a more efficient protocol, and that there's not a lot of overhead. But you can't rely on UDP like packets actually arriving, so you need to think about that. So these classes have already implemented that sort of system. So let's see, I need to tie this into the game though. And I think I'm going to do this in the session class, because this is where I actually handle... I don't know, I need to think about this for a second. I'll just put it in here for now though. This is actually going to be really tough. There's so much of the game that requires like consideration about like whether you're the client or whether you're the server. Because in a single player game it's easy because you can just like allocate memory and just sort of haphazardly modify state, because in a single player game the only thing that matters like is your application. Whereas in multiplayer games, there's like a split between what's actually like game state and what's sort of like the visual, I guess, client-side representation of the game state. And that's important for things like, in this game I have this water simulation, right? And I'm simulating this just, you know, every frame it runs some of the simulation steps, and the water goes where you think it's going to go, and it all works fine because it's a single player game. But in multiplayer it gets infinitely more complicated, because if you have two clients connected and there's any latency at all between the state of the water simulation, it is a Terraria clone basically, is the inspiration. So yeah, that's not a surprise. But yeah, anyway, if there's any difference at all between the timing of like the placement of blocks in the flow of water, like let me get a block here. Like I put some blocks and I stop the water. Say I do this on one client and on the server you have like a ping of say 100 milliseconds. So you place a block, your client sees it happen immediately. The server sees it happen 100 milliseconds later. And then another client connected to the server might have another 100 milliseconds of ping. So like the trip between your client placing a block and the other client seeing that you placed the block could be like a fifth of a second. And within the span of a fifth of a second, the water could move in a different way, right? Like more water volume could leave this space on the right and get to the left. And it sort of butterflies out into this horrible problem of syncing state between the fluid. And that's just like one example. That's kind of an extreme example, I guess, because the water simulation is kind of like the most complicated thing happening in the frame at the moment. But ultimately you need like all of the clients to have basically the same water, because game state will depend on the state of the water. Like if you have like something floating in the water, you want that to match between everybody, right? Yeah, so kind of the obvious way that this is solved is that you have the water simulated on the server, and the clients just get a copy of the server simulation. So that way, like, everyone will always have the same state. But the issue with that is that there's still latency between you and the server. So the water wouldn't look smooth if you just simulated it only on the server. So I actually need to simulate it on both the server and the client. And then anytime the client's water, mispredicts the state of the game due to latency or whatever other reason, there needs to be a mechanism that will reset the client's water back to the state that the server has. So that takes, long story short, it's like a problem like that makes an already complicated system of like simulating water, it makes it just like 10 times harder. Because it's not enough just to simulate the water, you also have to think about the validity of the water at any given state, like moment in time. And it gets even more complicated because I'm simulating the water on the graphics card using floating point math. And unless you turn specific flags on, like in the graphics API, floating point math isn't even deterministic on graphics cards. It's not deterministic between two different graphics cards because the vendors might implement floating point arithmetic in different ways as like an optimization. Because most of the time it's like what you care about in graphics is something being fast and looking good enough versus being correct. So yeah, that's so you might even have the simulation diverge just because you're running on two different graphics cards. But this will be something I address over time. I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. I just need to get the basics in. So I need some concept of a session having a server and a client. Which means I need, I don't even know how to start doing this. So what do I call this? I need to like actually just do some printf debugging. Okay, so the session begins immediately, and I only have one of them, so I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah, and this is another thing. So making games like this is actually just really hard, is what I've noticed through doing this. Because each, like the other thing is, so I have this concept of a session, is what I'm calling it. I'm not even sure on the terminology I want to use. But like the session is basically your save file, right? It's like the active game session that's running. But you kind of think like Minecraft here, like you have a world. Print statements, those are like debug only things. Ideally you wouldn't have print stuff be like a user facing feature. I'm just using this for debugging. But anyway, like I was saying, so a session is basically just like, the game session, a save file. But within the session I have multiple worlds. So like I'm in one world now and I can go to another one, right? So I've just loaded another world. I can like switch between these. It resets my position each time. and they all have the same seed, it appears. Oops. Anyway, long story short, sessions have separate worlds. And that's sort of a game feature. I'm gonna have multiple worlds for various reasons. So the idea is like when you connect to a server, the game has to spawn off a new session. And the session will determine like, is this multiplayer? Is this single player? Is this, you know, what save file are we in? Which makes sense. It's a little complicated because I'm doing the menu as its own session as well. Like when you're at the main menu, you kind of get this world that pans around in the background. So it loads like a session, and then when you click single player, ideally this should be spawning off a new session and like loading the single player world. But I'm not doing that currently because it's just not done yet. So I guess that's kind of what I need to do first before I can even get further on this multiplayer stuff. Yeah, so I need a mechanism to like reset the session or go to a session. So I guess the question is, where do I call this function? Call this in main. Yeah, just call this at the beginning of the game. The size in like bytes. Yeah, I do have a ballpark on that actually. So right now, show, I forget which one of these it is. Is it the grid? This isn't even accurate fully. Right now I simulate this on the graphics card, like I said. I'm actually doing it in fragment shaders right now because I don't have compute fully supported throughout all the graphics backends. But the entire water state simulation is probably hard to see on the stream because it's small text, but it's 4 megabytes. And this is for an 8x8, so 64 chunk simulation volume. Now the server will actually probably need, let's see. This will need to be 1616, I think. Which I guess would just be 4 times whatever I just said. 16. Wrong one. Yeah, so this would be 16 megabytes, uncompressed. Which is a lot, obviously. Like if I'm sending 16 megabyte packets to the client all the time, that's not gonna fly. So I of course will need to compress that, and it would send chunk wise. So at 16, what's that per chunk? 256. So 16 divided by 256 times 1024. So 64 kilobytes per chunk uncompressed, which is better, I guess. And compressed would probably be about probably half that size in the worst case, I would say. Because most of the water simulation is just like empty air and all the cells have the same state. And that also covers the oil and lava simulation too. They all share the same data buffer. So yeah, I also have lava and oil in here. Yeah, the game visually hasn't changed too much, but the engine's maturing. Well, something just fell in the background. I spent a lot of last year actually just like working on the engine more. In the game I kind of didn't work on too much, at least throughout the summer. But I'm getting back into the game stuff now, so I need to actually I need to get this multiplayer stuff done because this is like what's really holding me back from turning this into a game versus like a tech demo. Because this is just so integral to like the fundamental of how the game state works. It's like I need to get this in. And I've been really procrastinating it, but now's time. Now's the time. Okay, so I have like a fundamental... I just need to do a fundamental refactor of how I'm doing this session, I think. Or at least, yeah. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. I just need to think for a second. Yeah, so, yeah, I think like the main problem really is that I have just like a singleton. Yeah, it does flip between a particle and a grid. So yeah, it ultimately is a grid-based simulation. There's actually, 2 stages to it. So there was like that one buffer I showed, which is like this is the grid buffer. I guess it's hard to see because there's like nothing happening here. Where is everything? So it's like the grid buffer, and then there's a second one for like a particle buffer. The particle is actually like an intermediate stage to the simulation though. So I can like reconstruct the simulation fully from just the grid because it's like the output basically. But there is like it flips back and forth. So it does 2 steps per frame. Yeah. And the reason I implemented it as a grid, simulation is that the nice thing about doing that is that the cost of the simulation is like fixed cost. So like the amount of water I have on scene, like in the screen, isn't limited by some arbitrary like particle count, right? So like I could fill up the entire screen here with water and it all fully simulates. And my frame cost for the actual like simulation time, well, it will change slightly, of course, because like there are pixels that weren't doing work that now are. But the amount that it changes is like significantly less than if it were like particles that sort of scale linearly with the number of particles you have on screen. And I valued that because I didn't want any weird like engine limitations for how much water I could put in a lake. I get stuck underground all the time. Because like I could have just like big bodies of water. Like here's a big lake. And it all just like simulates and runs nice. It does have a name. I don't remember what it's called actually. It's been a while since I was deep in this. I didn't invent this either, by the way. There was some good work by, I wish I remembered his name, someone else who kind of like came up with the technique, and I just I implemented it. My implementation isn't exactly the same as the existing one. I did modify it a bit in how it does things. But yeah, I think it looks really nice because it like does behave like a fluid. There are some oddities to it as well, though. Like if you actually like take some time to really focus on how the physics behave, you can tell it's kind of weird in certain areas. But it looks good enough. But yeah, this session. So I have like one of these as a singleton, which is probably fine actually, because like when would I ever have more than one session active at the same time? And I don't want to like over-engineer like, oh, my game could have multiple sessions active at the same time with multiple worlds each, as if it's like some crazy, you know, super abstract thing. But maybe I shouldn't be initializing it like this. To be fair, my session doesn't really do anything right now. Like, what do I use this for? Throughout the game code. Pretty much nothing, actually. So let's just start doing stuff. So I think some of the stuff I just need to move out into the session load function. Like I have like this random in here. Like what is this used for? Generating a path. Yeah, so I should print when we load as well. Yeah, so every time I go to the menu, it's doing a new session, which is actually what I want it to do. So when I click new game, actually, yeah, so like this is wrong. Should be like session type, I think, actually. And this is going to Alright, that actually works better despite it breaking. We need to also check that we're freeing the previous session. Because switching a session is like the ultimate game state switch, is the idea. So anytime I jump between the menu or like join a server or load a save file, it's like I would go through, I would spawn that state change through one of these session change events. And then these load, unload functions would actually be responsible for like cleaning up game state, ensuring that everything is working as it should. See, like this one's, that one wasn't fine because I didn't get the unload call, which would be a leak in game state. So we need to figure out what we need to do for that. And this should be called something else. Should be like session go to maybe. Because initialize as a name implies something different than what's actually happening in this context. Okay. Even load, unload has different baggage behind those words. Okay. So the other problem is that the session state isn't actually... So I need just some debug text, just so I fully understand what's happening here. Session... as strings for now. I have my own engine. So that's what you're seeing here. And you know, I'll be biased and say that's my favorite. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we're in a null session state, which actually is not correct. So session state's never changing, which is interesting. I guess that's to be expected, because we're not doing anything with the session yet, are we? Because when we initialize, it's like... And I guess we should assert some stuff here, like we should only ever be able to load a session when we're currently in a null state. Because if that is ever false, then something terrible has happened to our game state. I've been doing it for... It's tough to say a specific number. I would say I've been doing it seriously for about 10 to 12 years. I started when I was a kid though, doing like stuff in Game Maker when I was 8 or 9, so that was like 16, 17 years ago. And I also did, I worked in AAA for a while as well on in-house engines, so I've been exposed to it for a while, I guess. It's hard to say though, precisely, because like some years it's like I just didn't do too much. So I don't know if some of the time counts. I've been working on this engine project though for about two and a half years. And this game specifically I'm working on, it's been like on and off for about a year within this engine. Okay, so let's see. We need to actually like load the session. And for now we'll to do that because that doesn't actually matter. Like begin session. So if we are a menu, we go to the menu world. This is like to do stuff, because we'll change this eventually. Yeah, so now we're in an active state, and then we switch, we change. We change, but we still have the menu camera, which is fun. Interesting. I guess I should also print out these world ID flags. I do have those. That's why it's segfault, actually. Okay. Yeah, so we're still in the menu world. Interesting. That shouldn't be true. Yeah, interesting. So it's sending us into the menu world. I wonder why that's true. Pretty sure I changed that so that wouldn't be true. Is it this menu go-to thing that's throwing it off? Potentially. Something's like injecting itself into my... This is kind of cool. You can like switch between the different I'm not in this for subs though, so I don't really care about that at all. I've had this YouTube account for like 17 years. And I post every so often when I'm feeling inspired. I think personally I'd rather just like be a programmer than be a YouTuber. Obviously I'm streaming now, which is kind of contradictory to that statement. But there is like a time, you know, factor. It's like, well, if I spend more time making videos, I'm spending less time actually making stuff. Live streams are nice because I'm just making stuff while also making a video, and I don't have to do any editing or planning, really. So that's what I'm doing right now. And hey, how's it going? Welcome to both of you. I'm trying to figure out why this bug is happening with the session state. Something's not being passed correctly. Is this running even? Test. A little printf debugging, just for sanity check. Yeah, like that code runs. So that's not the problem, and this wasn't the problem either. So we go to the session with the description. The type is story. And then yeah, so I program for fun as like a hobby, which is what this is. I'm just making these games for fun. I have a full-time job where I do software engineering. So that's also why I don't post very often. It's because I have multiple things going on. But yeah. I used to work in games at a AAA studio, but I switched jobs, I guess, a year and a half ago. So I work in a game adjacent type role, I guess you could say. But I'm not in the games industry anymore, like as a job. Mostly because the the pay isn't great in the games industry compared to working outside of games. And you know, as fun as games are, it's also like you need money to like live and do things in life. So yeah, it's kind of nice because I can just make games for fun without having to worry about doing it as a job. All right, so we're getting to this point. I just need to do some debugging. I just need to make sure the state of this stuff is actually like what I think it is. Because somewhere it's not getting the correct world state. Like, see, that shouldn't be 0, basically. So it's not getting the state of this thing. So where does this come from? When I call this, is that correct? What's happening? Okay, so yeah, it calls that and then it's immediately being overwritten by... let's see. I should just run a debugger actually. What am I doing? Let's go in debug mode. What? All right. So this should come from our update function. So call back on update. That seems reasonable to me. Type 0 though. Line 412, 422. Interesting. It's tough. There could be like two things going wrong here. So I have this like weird async game event system, which allows things to be like asynchronously processed, because some stuff takes time to like shut down and start up. So like if you have things happening on separate threads, or like simulation state, which sort of needs to be at a specific point in its simulation in order to actually like safely save and shut down. The idea is I'll just let the game continue for a few frames until like everything is ready to go. And that's like a safe way of transitioning between game state. And in order to do that, it has to like store its state into some data structure. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I don't know. It would be fun. I'm not sure. I think if I put more effort into it, and like posted videos where I'm actually, just putting in more effort, I think I could do mildly well. I would assume. Just based on like what other content I see out there from other people who do similar stuff. I've thought about it. It's not like I haven't thought about that. I don't know. I don't know if I want to make the commitment to doing that, because I'm just not consistent enough. All right, what are we doing here? So, world go to, is this throwing it off? Maybe. I actually don't know. I recognize the name. I've never seen the content though. Here, let me look him up. 12th hour. Maybe I do know who this is. Oh, a GTA YouTuber. Nice. Yeah, okay, I actually have seen this. I've seen some of these videos. Like the I made GTA 6 before Rockstar. Yeah, watch this one. You know, not to hate on that video, but he really didn't make GTA 6 before Rockstar. He made the Half-Life water physics for the bottles before Rockstar. All right. This is so stupid. I need to actually think about this for a second. So what's happening? Where's this game state thing? So something is like interjecting, because I'm getting 2 game state updates. Is it... Where is this? So it pushes this function and then it's like failing. Event.state, which comes from what? The async event, which is What is this? Am I not passing the state to this thing? Where's the state coming from? I think I need this. I'm not passing the state to this thing. That would explain it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. I knew it would be a little bug. Yeah, because I had this little state object where I just copy the description into the state. I don't really need this description thing, but I guess I could just simplify this to be this, I believe. I think that compiles. Some crazy syntax happening. Oh no, that doesn't. Oh, it does work actually. I don't make game assets, no. And yeah, thanks for the thanks for the subscription. What happened to my menu? All right, so I can uncomment this stuff. Back to the game state. I almost don't like how abstract some of this system is. Oh, it's in the menu. Where do I do this? Session go to. I don't like how abstract some of this game state handling code is, but you kind of need it. It's really laggy in debug builds. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this is actually a great first step towards my goal of multiplayer, because that means I can actually start hooking this up now that these buttons actually transition the state correctly. Because I've guaranteed that I only have one game state session thing active at any given time, and that means when it comes to initializing the session, I can do it based on this description thing. I should call this like startup and shutdown, maybe. Startup and shutdown, because that's more reflective of what's actually happening. So like if we're in the menu, like here, let's add some state onto this. So we have a network IP would be like the server IP, network port, server port. I'm trying to think how do I split this up, because there's actually like 3 different multiplayer modes. You have single player, which is no networking at all. You have a client, which is just a client connected to an external server. I guess you have 4. Then you have a dedicated server, which is it's obviously like a dedicated server instance that you would run, you know, on some server somewhere. And then there's the integrated server, which is a client that also acts as the server, so it has both. I like doing both, actually. I find 2D stuff easier for like indie development because it's just easier making 2D assets. Whereas like 3D, there's just a lot that goes into materials and models and shaders. It's just, yeah, it's a lot sometimes. I do have some 3D stuff that I've done in the engine, like really basic, just kind of test projects. Like I have this little globe demo I made when I was working on some of the 3D features of the engine. Now this isn't a game, this is just like an application, I guess. But it's like a demonstration that the engine can do 3D graphics and shaders and stuff. I can go into free cam here. So you have like the aurora and the clouds. It doesn't look too great when you zoom in or zoom out. And like I have like a really basic, this looks horrible, by the way, before this runs. This is my basic 3D test project for like collision detection and just some other stuff, particles. So like at the mouse you can see like I'm doing ray casting through the geometry. And there's like, I can spawn in a little, I forget what hotkey it is. No, that's not it. What hotkey is it? Here it is. I have a little ball you can throw around. Now obviously this map looks horrible because it's like a low poly kind of retro thing. Where am I? But you have like particles which are kind of cool. I can create a ton of these things. Snow count. Create like 1,000,000 of these. My frame rate's still pretty decent, be like 300 frames with 1,000,000 snow particles. But yeah, this isn't this isn't like Unreal or anything, so I don't have a complicated 3D rendering pipeline as like a feature of the engine. It's kind of up to the application to implement stuff like that. Okay, so multiplayer. Let's start doing that, which is kind of my goal of today. So I need menu buttons for this, actually. So we can add some new menu states. Session mode, what is this? I guess multiplayer mode. And I will need, let's see. I guess multiplayer is a session state, so I don't need that. So we have back button, we have a host and a connect button. We also need a server or input IP, input port. Actually, I'll do IP port as one input for now, just because it's easier to parse that way. So we need to actually do something with this. Where do these buttons get created? Basically just need to copy this one. I have that. Okay, the multiplayer button isn't grayed out anymore, which is a step forward. So we can remove that. And then initialize the buttons. So we need Is that true? I think there are a lot of good game devs on YouTube. I guess it depends like what you're looking for. I guess there's not too many people that do what I do, which is like lower level game engine stuff. There's maybe a lot more that do game development, but like in existing engines. I guess that could be true. State that button. That. One, two. Yeah, I'll think about it. It could be fun. I'll need to think about interesting stuff to actually post. That's a good question, actually. Interesting thing. I think, well, I guess I'm kind of biased because I did graphics programming professionally. And I think some of the in-house tooling used to handle shaders and like the scene graph concepts are really interesting. And how like automated some of that was. Like where I used to work, there was actually a kind of a pretty crazy tool that did like really intense packing of shader, like uniform data, like shader buffers. Because obviously like the bottleneck most of the time is like the memory throughput, rather than like the operations to unpack data. So yeah, there's just like an interesting tool that like really densely packed. Like you give it a struct, which is like your CPU side data that you want to get passed into the shader and processed. And it would generate like a packing function that would take the struct and pack it into a obviously like a smaller sized block of memory. And then there were functions generated then for the shader code, which would unpack that. The neat thing was that it was fully automated. So like you just had to like write the struct once, and then it would sort of generate all the boilerplate to do that. And that kind of inspired some of the stuff I'm doing in this engine with how I handle my shader code and like shader uniforms. Because I just saw how powerful that was. So I was really inspired by that. That's what comes to mind immediately. I need to free all of these. Man, I wish my nose wasn't so like stuffed up. Yeah, sorry if my voice is like messed up. All right, IP port. Why don't I have an init state for multiplayer? Oh, here it is. Interesting. Yeah, I need to create these. Back can be the same. I guess these are all buttons right now. And they all behave as back buttons. All right. Let's see. So we need a button to create an input text. So create input field, which will create a... I have widgets for all these, I just don't remember the function names. is it text box or text line? I think it's text line. Oh, I need a format for this. I don't know what to choose for that right now. Menu. Let's give it some default. A default IP, I guess, which would be what is happening? Oh, handle. And I'm going to shamelessly steal Minecraft support for now. Advice for beginners. Just, I don't know, program a lot, I guess. I know it's kind of lame advice. I think a lot of people think too hard about making stuff rather than just doing stuff. Because this is like a trap I used to fall into, actually. Whereas like I'd have ideas for things I wanted to make, but I'd be kind of like paranoid that I'm not doing it the right way, or that there's like some better way that I could be doing things. And then that like discouraged me from actually starting, because it's like I would just spend more time, you know, trying to learn, you know, the correct way of doing whatever it was I was trying to do. And like thankfully I've broken out of that cycle, because I've just kind of learned, like, at least personally, the way I learn things is just by actually trying to do it and then realizing, you know, like you just learn through the failures, I guess, as cliche as that is. Like a lot of the sort of design patterns, I guess you could call them, for like programming, for like game development, they're all like kind of the same. Like with experience, you'll realize that most of the problems you solve in the same, you know, X number of ways. And like one strategy could be like just trying to learn what those ways are, and then, you know, acquiring that knowledge that way. But I think like if you just try to build stuff, you'll see like eventually if you've messed up with your implementation, you'll see the problems with it, and then you'll learn like, okay, wait a minute, this is probably why people don't do it this way. Yeah, I don't know. I maybe I'm not being too clear with what my advice is, but I just think like people get better at programming by actually programming, and not being afraid to rewrite code. I think that's another one too. Is like don't be afraid to like rewrite your code. Like I'm rewriting stuff all the time. I mean, obviously there's like limits to this. Like you don't want to just be constantly rewriting stuff, because then you get stuck in the loop of constantly like restarting things you've started and not actually going anywhere. So there is value to just like sticking with what you have as well. But like the great thing about code is it's like very malleable. So like if you've like made some sort of stupid design decision somewhere, it's not like impossible to change that, right? Like there's a lot of things in this engine too I'm not even particularly happy with, like how I'm doing it. But I just know like the parts I'm unhappy with are like things I can change, like if I want to spend some time and actually fix it. So I don't let that stop me from doing other stuff. And I guess the other thing is like a lot of the stuff that you write kind of will build upon other things that you've created. So I think like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's just a lot to it. You just have to dive in, I guess. That's my advice. And you know, like if you see me doing this with my game engine, it's like, don't be, you know, I don't want people watching to think like they have to program this way, because like a lot of the things I'm doing with this game engine are completely unnecessary. It's like my game engine doesn't really rely on any libraries, and that's not because I think that it's like better to not rely on libraries. It's just because like personally I started this project to learn how, you know, how these libraries actually work and what they're doing for me. And I've learned that I really enjoy doing that, so I'm continuing with it. But it's like there's nothing wrong with using libraries to like bootstrap, you know, things that, you know, you don't want to focus on. And like the same goes for using game engines. It's like a game engine is essentially a tool to, you know, serve as the platform for creating whatever you want to create. Obviously, game engines are for games. So yeah, I don't know. There's just so much you can do. It's like, yeah. I maybe I'm kind of ranting at this point, but I get annoyed when people get like really, really passionate about certain ways of doing things. When it's like, you know, there's like a million ways you can skin the cat, and like some people just don't care about certain things. So it's like, you know, I'm not going to focus on it. I don't know. I'm kind of ranting. Okay, so this should work, I think, if I actually create the widget. I didn't make this guy. Oh, I don't have an update input field function yet either. Let's see. This doesn't take that, but it takes that. Like this, the whole way I'm writing this menu code is like not something I'm going to keep in the long term. But it's enough to like get me going with all of the other stuff I'm prioritizing with the game at the moment. So it's worth my time to like do some of this, even though I'm going to be gutting probably all of this menu code before long. Okay, so we have a label. Yeah, so I guess this is where we set that. So widget.format. I don't upload too much on the channel. I do these live streams sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. This is something we were talking about earlier in the stream before you joined, about how maybe I should start uploading more. Like right now, I haven't run the game in a little bit, but I'm working on a game right now. But I'm also working in my own game engine, so like part of working on the game is also adding to the engine. So I'm kind of doing both on the live streams. I'm just gonna ignore this actually. I need to think. So wait, what just happened? It should be update. I'm like, what is going on? Is this actually moving the thing? Yeah, it is. Okay. And then I'll have a default here, maybe. And then I will pass that. And we should put that there. I haven't thought too much about that. Because it's not a public engine. I do have the engine in the GitHub, which is linked somewhere in the description, I think. But I'm not making the engine to be like a product. So I haven't documented too much. And this should be... Okay, I think we should have the input box now. Yeah, here we go. We have a little input field, but the text is way too small. And also, when I edit the box, it's calling the callback function, which is sending me back to the main page. This is kind of annoying because the input text size is going to change depending on the size of the screen. The game is basically a Terraria clone. I can show it off really quick. It's not actually a Terraria clone. I just say it is because it looks like one. It's gonna be fairly different actually, but it looks very similar. So, and the game doesn't have much gameplay right now at all, really, because it's still pretty early days. But the idea with this game is it's going to be like, it's going to have like three pillars to it, I guess. So there's going to be like a Stone Age. I call them ages. There's like 3 ages in the game as you progress. So obviously it's like a crafting exploration game. You know, I don't need to explain that part because it's obvious just looking at what it is. But what I'm going to do is like you progress from like the Stone Age to like the Medieval Age and then to the Industrial Age. And the gameplay focus of each age is going to be different. So like your Stone Age is your sort of classic survival game, right? There's going to be like monsters or whatever. So like there's that. The Medieval Age gets more into, I guess you could say like political. So it's like you'll have like kingdoms and towns, and sort of the mechanics that you focus on in that age are like the higher level, like you know, there's gonna be like more combat focus. There's more of an economy, et cetera, et cetera. And then the Industrial Age is more based on like mechanisms and automation. There's more detail than that. That's just kind of my quick elevator pitch. So I would say it's like less fantasy, less fantastical than Terraria in some respects. It's similar though in a lot of ways. But again, this is it's just like a fun game I'm working on as a hobby. Mostly because like in order to build the game engine, I need a complicated game, and I kind of just like the idea of making a game like this, so that's what I'm doing. Alright, so my text box is working. I need to change the callback function though. And then we can actually start doing multiplayer stuff. I'm kind of fine. What does that even mean? Alright, so let's see. Host. So we need to go to a session. So we have a description. description dot type equals session type. I guess you could say story. And this should not be a reference. So these both go, but here we can get the I guess I should parse this, shouldn't I? It means I'm handsome. Well, thanks. I don't know if that's true, but that's great. All right, let's see. So is this the actual pointer to the wow, it does not like this. What is auto here? Oh, I need to actually get this thing. Okay, so still doesn't like data. Where's it getting data from? Handle dot string, get string. Is it just data? Should be that. All right. And then what does this have on it? Get string. I need like a function that just gets me the string as a pointer. But I guess I could go input. Again, there's so much indirection between what I want and what I need. Is it this? Oh my gosh. All right, let's take a step back. I hate how this is architected. Let me just print these to make sure these are sane. All right, so it does parse them. However, I want these to be stored in the state of this menu, I guess, which means these go in here, which means we need a network IP. Which means I need to include the network code in the menu, which I don't want to do. So instead, we'll just have a buffer for this. And then or I can do this. Cache that locally. Delete that. Actually, I will do this. Yeah, kind of like what I was saying earlier. This isn't too interesting. I'm just like messing with menu buttons. This is why I don't stream too often. Okay, so we have so we get that. And then we have a temporary IP. IP parsed. Let's see, parsed port. And then we'll do string copy or sn printf. This is sort of a roundabout way of doing this, which isn't very great. But it'll at least make this cleaner across the boundary of how these are used. So this should still work, I think. Yeah, so I'm looking at this up here. So this should like reflect this text line. And then the cool thing, what I can do with that is I can make it so the button for the connect and disconnect actually turn on and off basically based on whether you've entered a valid IP and port. So like if state.ip. Let's do like Sterling, or yeah, let's just do that. Like if this is equal to 0, then actually I can just do it like this. And the same for the port. I guess the port would be I can have like a IP valid is whether this condition is true, and then port valid is whether this is true. And then the button would be locked if either of these are false. And I could give an error message if that is true as well. So like if our port doesn't exist, then the host button's empty, but then the host comes back if we have a valid IP and port, which is great. All right, and the next step is I need to make the text not so tiny. So for now, we'll just we'll format text. Kind of annoying because I don't have vertical alignment added as well. Align, I guess center. Put this in. And the alignment did not work. interesting. Does right align work? No, these just don't do anything. Wonder why that is. Doesn't matter. All right, now we can actually begin. So I guess we need some sort of like network type, maybe. Session network type. I don't know. Let's just do one. Session network type. And you have single player. Client. Integrated server. Server integrated. And you have a dedicated server. And I will probably change these, but I'll call these network. All right, so when we host or connect, we will be a network, session network type client. And when we host, we are a dedicated server. And that will determine how we actually initialize the session state. So in here, we will I guess networking. So depending on the description dot network type, it's like and this is all just rough code. So for a client, we will initialize the client. Why don't I have highlighting for that? Client is not a static member function. Is this static? Oh, it is static. Oh, weird. I guess this would have to be static as well. Okay. Um, and the server will initialize a server. I mean, I guess these are shared. Doesn't matter. So what does the server need? Let's go 8 players. And then the server, this will attempt to connect. And if connection failed, we'll just boot back to the menu. Ideally with some error message. But not yet. And I guess same for the server. Also do that. Now, will that work with this game state thing I've set up? Alright, this should in theory shoot me back to the menu. Which I think it does. What's happening with my background? It's not unloading the worlds, I don't think. Yeah, things are broken. All right. Let's think. All addresses failed. All right, I think that does work. So we need some stuff on the session as well. Like, what is this thing? I guess I should just store the description type maybe. Which I'm already doing. Do I store that here though? And then based on update, so okay, let's do some multi-launching. Alright, we're hosting. And then we connected. Alright, good sign. Looks broken, but we've connected successfully. We're not receiving any packets though, it looks like. I think we should be receiving packets. Actually, maybe not. Let's fix this menu thing though. So okay, in theory, these two guys are connected to each other. I wouldn't be able to reach this state if that wasn't the case, but it's impossible to know that that's actually true because of the fact that none of the game has multiplayer built into it except for the connection part. Also, I'm not disconnecting, so I can connect multiple times. So I need to disconnect as well. Are they? Oh yeah, they are out of line. Interesting. Okay, so we need to free server.disconnect. Thanks. Yeah, it's true. I don't know if I'm a Chad, but maybe I'm insane. I might be messed up in the head. Yeah. Okay, so I don't think the shutdown function was ever actually being called. So we need to make sure. I'll release GTA 7 after I release this game, which, for the amount of time I've been working on this game, could mean we're in for a long wait. Yeah, this is broken. Look, it's like sending me to the menu. Crazy. What's happening? Shut down. In C only. I mean, if you're trying to use the native APIs, it shouldn't be any harder in C, because they're all pretty much C APIs. I'm just using C++ because I like some of the other features. Like, I kind of like namespaces. And templates are nice in certain circumstances and all that stuff. And function overloading is kind of nice. Why is this null here? Oh, equals should be that. GTA 7. Man, GTA 6 feels like it's never gonna come out. It's like they just keep pushing that game back, and it kills me every time. It's like, man, we've been waiting so long. I'm a big GTA fan. Some of my earliest videos on this channel are like GTA inspired clones. So the fact that they keep delaying GTA 6 is like killing me. But it'll come out eventually. Alright. So I need some pretty debugging stuff, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. So just one moment. All right, I'm back. That was a quick, that was a quick break. I didn't have to walk too far. I think, okay, so two problems. Well, one problem. I'm pretty sure this function isn't running. I don't think I call this anywhere. Yeah, that's true. So I need to call this. And returning here probably isn't what I want to do, but for now that should be fine. So that explains why I wasn't receiving the full connection and the ping messages. So I guess the question is, where do I update the session? Maybe before the worlds? Because this is kind of like... this is so nasty the way I do this. I guess before game state, it's like the session will kind of determine what happens to game state, so this probably has to go here. I don't think the order matters too critically, but... Because like the session's going to be handling incoming packets and outgoing packets. So where in the frame that happens is important. But that should handle the handshake when you make a connection. And then I need some callbacks on these because some of these actual functions can fail, and I need to handle those. Because right now I think I just error when some of these things fail. I'm not even gonna number these because I'm just gonna flip these around, and that's gonna get confusing really fast. Okay, so in theory we should see the handshake occur now. Oh, I didn't mean to connect. Yeah. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Here, let's restart this. That should have gracefully handled that condition though, so whatever just happened wasn't correct. Okay, so yeah, the server started successfully, and then the client, yeah, established itself, and now it's pinging, which is good. And then if I go back to the menu, it disconnected, but it didn't send the disconnect to the server, it just timed out. If I reconnect, and the sound is all weird as well. Yeah. Doesn't like that. And the server crashed. Okay. Fun. Okay, so we need to figure out, this isn't running. And this is like critical that this runs. So session goto needs to free the current session. Okay, active session needs to be unloaded. So is this, so that's actually correct. It's just not spinning off this unload event. Yeah, like this should be the responsibility of the session, not this function. So this just needs to call, let's see, basically needs to mirror this. Delete that. Yeah, it is. I have DirectX, OpenGL, and Metal implemented. So I haven't done Vulkan yet. Vulkan's scary, so I'm not doing that yet. Because I can run on Mac, Linux, and Windows natively at the moment. And those are like my target platforms. Yeah. Well, my Metal backend isn't fully implemented. It's very close. I just need to finish up a few loose ends. Yeah, it's a long story. It's really annoying because Mac deprecated OpenGL at version, I think it's 4.1 or 4.2. So if you want to use compute shaders and some of the more modern features, you can't use OpenGL on Mac because it's simply not supported at those, like the version which those features were introduced. So then your options are either doing a metal graphics API support, or using like Vulkan through the Molten VK, I guess kind of shim translation layer thing. But I don't have Vulkan yet, so I figured I might as well just do metal because I don't know. Why not? So yeah. Eventually I want to deprecate OpenGL and just have DirectX, Vulkan, and metal as my main three. I'm just not there yet. But it's a work in progress. Okay, so what do we need? We need to push all this stuff. Description is just like a null description. Actually, this doesn't even need state, does it? Yeah, it doesn't need state. What's going on? Okay, so this doesn't need a description. I do not know. Shutdown does not need a description, but we'll reset this explicitly. Description equals, so it should just be like null in all ways. Okay. This is actually good progress that I'm making. It's like little amount of code as I'm actually writing. This is all just like pain in the neck type stuff. This can go back up here. Yeah. Yeah, I actually don't play many games. It's yeah. I should play more games. It's just a time problem. Is I just don't have enough time for everything. Okay, so this should get us back to unloading. I'm gonna delete these comments because they're actually not very helpful. Yeah, okay, so what all this does, this just looks like a lot of code to do so little. But it's basically just managing a state machine that pulls every time it runs, like which state are we in. Because some of these aren't safe to shut down because they rely on like other asynchronous behavior. So we kind of just need to wait for like the loading states to finish. I guess this should break here because that's kind of like... Yeah. Might be a little overly verbose. But now, when I create a thing, I should expect to see a shutdown appear in here. Here. Yeah, see, startup, shutdown. We have to unload the world still, though, with this. Because we're not doing that yet. Then we have a successful server startup. So if we go on the client and connect, and we establish the connection, and we start receiving ping packets. And my ping is actually really bad for being local. It's like 6 milliseconds just to talk to itself through like LAN, which is crazy. And then when I exit, I get an error. Oh no, this is actually an expected error. I just need to handle this. This isn't the real error. This is just me not having a proper handling of this. Okay. All right. So I need to unload the worlds. World unload. I actually deleted the code I needed for that though. And again, this should be like world go to or world startup rather than load and unload, because again, those are like not accurate terms for what's happening. Where was I? Game state. Why'd I lose my my diff? I need this. So the session shut down. Yeah, so I guess the first thing we do is we disconnect and then we shut down the worlds. Or shut down network. I just seg faulted. Why did that fail? What? I need to fix this button. It's really annoying. Why I have to do that to connect. Maybe I do need this in the other function. That's annoying. It's like this needs to happen first. And then like unload session. I need logging on a lot of this stuff. I don't think it would be a problem. A lot of people use C actually. There's like, yeah, my C++ code is very C-like in a lot of ways. I mean, I'm using namespaces and stuff and some templates, which aren't C-like, obviously. But I don't go very deep into most of the other C++ language features. I just like it for the convenience of some of this stuff. But like nothing I'm doing I think would be impossible in C. It'd just be the syntax is different. So yeah, I don't think it'd be a problem. Okay, so world, which world is this? I just need some basic logging just to like sanity check that all of this code actually works. Because it's just like pretty complicated where all this is. Maybe I should turn off multi-launch because it's getting confusing as well. Okay, so we start the session. We initialize the world, and then we go to a new session, which completely just I am now in a deadlock. Which part? My print line function? This? Yeah, it's one of my fancy macros. Yeah, yeah, it's essentially a wrapper. It's actually a printf wrapper. So it compiles ultimately down to a printf. And I have some extra macro stuff here. I haven't done this yet, but I'm going to have these functions also output to a log file. Yeah, there is actually. I think I've seen that. I think C++ is actually crazy for the stupid, like, the standard out dot, like, I don't even know the syntax, but it's like some crazy, they like operator overload the bit shift operators for like print, you know? It's like this or something. I don't even remember what the names are because I don't use them. I think it's just crazy. I hate when they like hide stuff behind operator overloads. Like, what was wrong with just have a function called print? You know, it's like, did we need to do standard cout? Arrow. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's not a big deal. What happened actually? It just crashed earlier. Oh, that worked fine. Okay, so we initialize the second world, free the first one. We go back to the menu, we free 4, and we initialize 5 again, which looks great. So what was the problem? Is it because printf is like not technically not safe or something? Because you have like format, like you have a format code basically, and they didn't want that in the like in C++'s version. Because like with printf, if you want to print like a number, you have to do like, you know, integer. And this wasn't clean enough for them, I guess. It's like, oh, we would rather you do like some number. They want you to do I guess the end line thing is not critically necessary, but they want you to do this because this is like cleaner. Because then they can overload, you know, the operator bit shift, what's on the left and right, to like convert integer to a string. Yeah. Okay, so I want to change something. I don't like how my unload session, man, my nose is so stuffed up. I don't like how I have to have this up here. Ideally, this is in here. Because I just don't like how I have unloading world code in the event system. But this doesn't work very well. Well, actually, that could work fine. Why didn't that work before? Well, anytime I highlight this, that's why it's crashing. Okay. Yeah, I guess this part is clib as well, printf. But I mean, if you're using the standard library in C++, you also probably need clib as well. So I don't even know if that fixes anything. Yeah, so we see the implications of the ordering here with my little event system. So this world free is calling here after session shutdown, but in my code, obviously, I guess I should move this to there. I crashed again because I highlighted. It's annoying. Yeah, so it frees there, and that's because it's like skipping the queue, or it's like a queue system, where this spins off an event that happens later, after the session is over. But that needs to happen between the boundaries because the world could update after the session is over with this current setup, which could mean bad things. I'm using Ninja directly in this engine. So I generate my own Ninja files, basically. Because I don't use CMake in this engine. I had a previous engine before this one where I did use CMake, but I decided I didn't want to use CMake for this one. Mostly because I was already writing a build tool for like packing the game assets and doing some of my... I do some stuff with shaders to like translate them between DirectX and like HLSL. So I had a tool, I call it the build tool. It's like this in this build folder. Where is it? Oh, I'm not in the right workspace. I have like this build tool thing which runs. So like when I compile, you see on the right side here, it's like it does all this like gather assets, check cache, yada yada. That's like packing all my stuff into a binary file, and then my game loads that at startup. For the textures and the sounds and the shader files. So I was like already doing all this work to build this tool to like parse my project directory. So I thought like, okay, if I'm already doing all this to do all the assets, it's like only a small step forward to parse, like to gather my C++ files and then generate a Ninja file. So at that point I don't need CMake because like I'm already implementing basically CMake for my engine. And that simplified it a lot, actually. And that's nice because then my engine doesn't depend on anything except for having Ninja and I guess a C++ compiler. Which I think is nice because it's like I don't have like this crazy list of like requirements that you need to install before you can build the game or the engine. So yeah, that's why I generate the Ninja files. Okay, so I guess it is mission critical that I have this stuff in here, which is unfortunate. Actually, I could do this. I could just move the state machine into this function. MS build. I've heard of that. Is that the, I need to look this up. I haven't... I actually don't have much experience with MS build. Yeah, I've only used CMake mainly for C++ stuff. So actually this needs to poll until this is true. So like shutdown itself needs to be a state machine, I guess. And this would also be a state machine because it's like No, I actually don't use any component system for my system. I have an entity system in the engine, but it's kind of like an inheritance-based system. Well, it's actually more complicated than that. But yeah, it's not any component system. It's like an optimized sort of inheritance-based entity system. And by optimized, I mean like I don't have dynamic memory allocation for it, so everything's like allocated in pools. So all the memory's like allocated up front at engine startup, and then entities are just allotted slots into the system. And the memory's like kept contiguous. So like the slots are chosen based on maximizing how contiguous in memory the entities are. So like when you iterate over them, you're getting, you know, the best cache predictability, I suppose. But obviously it is wasteful because like I store my entire entity struct, you know, at a time. So like if you're iterating for a render loop and you only care about the position, you're kind of getting everything, which is maybe not ideal, but it's like good enough for what I need. Okay, so this needs to be a state machine. So I guess first thing we do is we shut down the network, and then we unload the worlds, and we change the state to be I guess we change this here. So this can come up here. And these guys necessarily need to skip the queue because otherwise it will just pull on itself. And then we just return. I guess this could be a switch, but so then by the time this state is reached, then we know we're done unloading everything, because these will necessarily need to finish before we enter this function again. So we can set this to be, I guess, null. Good enough. So I think this should fix my problems. And startup should work a similar way, I think. And this can be just right here. True. Just so that's clear. I guess I could return whether this is successful or not and simplify this loop. But that should be fine. Okay. Oh, I have an assert. in the update function. Oh yeah, I'm shutting down, but I'm asserting state here. Obviously this isn't going to be true. Oh, sorry, I wasn't reading chat. Yeah, there is OS abstraction layers. Okay, there we go. That looks great. So we freed and then we get to the shutdown, which is exactly what we want. Great. Yeah, because I run natively on Linux and Mac. I actually run on Mac all the time because I have a MacBook. It's my only laptop. So I can actually show that off too. I can switch between Linux and Windows with a click of a button and 15 seconds of waiting for my monitor to turn back on. As we wait here in the dark. Maybe it won't come back on. Come on. Linux doesn't like when I switch with my little switcher. So this isn't working too well. I shouldn't have tried to switch. What's happening? Here we go. Okay, yeah, so we're on Linux right now. My keyboard doesn't work though. Interesting. There we go. Yeah, so we're on Linux. So yeah, the engine builds fine on Linux, natively, which is great. Why is the FPS so horrible though? Normally the FPS is like way higher than that. Let me do a release build. There we go. That's better. What do you mean by assets? Like the sprites? Because the sprites are like for the games. I don't have those publicly available. Nope. Back to Windows. As much as I love Linux, it's kind of annoying sometimes. Okay, so I should leave a note in this because this is actually confusing the way this works. So like, I don't have any 3D assets. I don't do 3D stuff too much. I'm going to change this to a switch statement as well, just because they're easier to reason about. So like, if we are in the active state, then we do most of our unloading. Otherwise, we'll have an assert at the bottom. This is a return, this is a return. It's kind of redundant to set the state to null here, but I'm just gonna treat it as such. Yeah, it's my own engine. And yeah, I do use C++ at my job. The C++ I use at my job is a little more conventional than my engine. Because I'm working, obviously, with other people, so we have different... Yeah, I agree. A quant. No, I'm actually not a quant programmer. All right. Okay, I'm starting to feel good about this, actually. This is nice. Ooh, I got 2 session startups. Whoa. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Uh-oh. Do I have a session shutdown message in here? They do look like shit. Yeah, I agree with that. It's early development. You have to bear with me with some of these placeholder graphics. It looks like a Flash game. This is what early game development looks like. You don't have pretty graphics until you're like paying for an artist to help you make stuff. So yeah, you'll just have to live with that. So session startup should also be a state machine. But I don't know what to do with that yet. Yeah, I can show the game briefly, but there's not really much game to it yet. It's just kind of like an engine. Okay, so... It's basically a Terraria clone at the moment. So... I mean, there's really no game here. I'm not going to pretend it's a game yet. But it will soon become a game. I need to get through some of this hard stuff first with the engine. Before I can start adding like actual gameplay features, because a lot of the gameplay features like require the game state system to actually be working, and it's going to be a multiplayer game, so I need to get the multiplayer working before I can really start going deep on things. Because otherwise I might start implementing gameplay mechanics and have to gut it out once I realize like it needs to be implemented a different way. So it's not too exciting right now. And all the graphics here are like placeholder, because like this is programmer art, like these like background sprites I just like drew myself in Paint. So Yeah. I mean, the clouds are maybe a little closer to being what they should be, but the colors are off still. Like, I'm not too happy with how the colors look. Like, the nighttime colors are off. It's all just work in progress. Did I just reach Unk status? PC specs. I have a 3080 graphics card and a Ryzen something CPU. I don't remember which kind it is. It's a decent CPU though. Does it say in Task Manager? I have this CPU, the Ryzen 7950. And I got this one because it has good multi-core performance. Well, it's like good single core and multi-core. And the multi-core stuff is nice for compiling code because code compilation can happen in parallel. So having a good parallel CPU is nice for compiling code quickly. So it's like a decent card for gaming and like actual work. All right. So I'm happy with that. Let me get the startup to also be a state machine because that's important. So basically we start from the ops directive. So we start from a null state. We go to a loading state. And we return. And then if we are loading or active, then we are in a good state, I guess. I guess this is when I would cache the description as well. Because this is when it's like official that we're in this state. And then we also have to error. This isn't true. And then that's all we need for that. We need our little comment, and then we can just and I'll probably move some of this stuff over to an actual init function, like an internal. Like maybe we start networking and then like later we load the worlds or something, you know. And then yeah, that didn't work. That didn't work because we are not in the right thing here. I guess I should call this like transition, maybe active, or like in a transition state, right? So we go from like a null state to a transition state to an active state, and that simplifies our state machine a little bit. Because we can go like all right. Maybe I should return true and false on these. It's like, did it succeed its state or not? Because then I can move the state machine out of the other function and into this one fully. So like, this isn't complete yet, so false. False. Or I guess this is true. It's not done yet with this. And then like this is complete, still working. And then this is like, it's completed, it's just failed. Perhaps this should go at the bottom. Because like if we fail to connect networking, like this state can't begin, meaning we are done. Done even trying. And then for shutdown, it's the same case. It's like, this isn't complete yet. Yeah, here we go. We have a world state again. We switch, let free load. Session startup should not be read. Yeah, and then this needs to check basically. Whoa, what is happening? Yeah, there we go. Good thing to test for is memory leaks as well. Like, I'm not leaking a crap ton of memory, am I? So we are at 970. I don't think I'm memory leaking, but all right, I think we're fine. Yeah. Your CPU might have an integrated graphics processing unit on it as well. I'm going to assert that we are actually in a null state. Maybe I should keep the loading and unloading. So make it easier to catch whether we're like accidentally kicking off a transition between what's this warning me about? My pretty happy with this, how this is currently working. I need to change these because these are broken now. I can get back to the multiplayer portion of this. So let's see what happens. This should still work, I think. I don't know which one of these is the server. This one is the server. Interesting, so it failed to connect to the host, but it says the server's active. That's weird. And then it hated that. Interesting. Failed to connect to the host. All addresses failed. And then that boots me back to the main menu. Probably not. Well, I will do ray tracing, yes. I've started support for that at a basic level. Frame gen, probably not. I don't like frame gen. Frame gen makes games feel like ass. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I could rant about that for a bit. I hate this whole new thing with like Nvidia, how they're like really pushing for this AI frame gen stuff. So rather than making cards that are actually better, they're just like selling you cards that are the same, that unlock more of this frame gen AI stuff. And it's like, I don't know. I'm just not a fan. I mean, like upscaling, AI upscaling is maybe fine if it means you can play at a higher resolution for cheaper, but even that still, I'm not a big fan. All right, so why is the connection failing now? I don't know. Where is it connecting? Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, this one worked fine. Or no, that didn't work fine at all. Oh, it's not getting the IP from that. Interesting. It's not getting the IP or the port. Is that not preserving the description? Description. Again, I've probably mucked this up. Let's see. Oh yeah, let me fix that. I meant to fix that. I changed my Twitch name recently. And I must have forgot to change the description. How do I edit this? Why can't I see the description on YouTube? Why does it make it so hard to like find stuff? My channel. Edit. I thought I fixed that, but. Yeah, I do this dual stream Twitch YouTube thing. Sometimes I regret doing this because it's kind of annoying having two chats. Well, I have like a chat combined thing, but it's kind of annoying having like two chats. But I have equal number of viewers on both, so it's like I might as well just keep doing it. So this isn't getting the description. Yeah, the YouTube isn't. I've noticed they changed the algorithm lately, or maybe it's not like recent, but I've been on YouTube for a while, and I remember way back in the day it was really hard to get views because like it's just impossible to find stuff. But nowadays it seems the algorithm actually, actually like pushes smaller people, which is basically just saying that the algorithm is like understands you more. Because it's like tracking what you're interested in. But yeah, I think it's a good change. Yeah, because I see a lot of cool stuff now too that I never used to see, because you'd always just get like shown the same like people over and over again. So yeah, it's actually kind of fun to do YouTube now, do the live streams. Whereas I've like streamed in the past, like years ago, and it just wasn't as fun. Alright, so this, that. I don't know which part of this is failing. Okay. Wow, it's just really not working at all, is it? Is it because it's like a stack thing? I think so. Let's see. Yeah, sounds good. I also need to lock in here a bit. So, all cool. All right. I think I know what's happening. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I just need to fix this because that's not working. Alright, it's actually working pretty well. I need to update the menu. Because I need like a helper function to get this stuff. All right, sweet. Okay, so a lot more to do, but I think a fun way to demonstrate that this is working would be to actually send some positions over the network. Which actually requires a lot of extra stuff. Yeah. I guess one way I could easily bootstrap this is to have the client it should be integrated. Oops. So like this I want to change eventually, because I don't think I should actually form a connection when you're an integrated server. Like, you don't actually have a client. But for now, I'm just going to treat it like that because it makes the code easy. Let's see. Like here, it's like you do both of these basically. And it didn't do both. I guess I need to update both as well. Should be an integrated server, not a dedicated server. Oops. Okay, so now we basically have the server connects to itself as a client, and then this guy connected. So we need to get rid of these error messages. But I need to do some stuff with the network. So we need some callbacks. Because we're not using any callbacks right now. So we need some callbacks when the client disconnects, I guess. Client. So when I guess, let's see. Yeah, because when the client gets disconnected here, it just errors, which isn't ideal. So we want to call a disconnect callback, which is like that, and remove the error message. And then what else is there? So like in my session handler here, we need a function that's like, which will just be a callback to shoot you back to the menu, essentially. And then this might error actually, but we will try this first. So rather than erroring, this should ideally shoot us back to the menu, which it does, kind of. But it needs to go. Oops, what am I doing? It's not correct. Yeah, there we go. Kicks you back to the main menu. Doesn't error. I need to get rid of this background fade thing. It's kind of broken. All right, but I'll be back in a second here. I'm gonna go take a quick break. So, 1 minute. All right, I'm back. Okay, so basic connection stuff is working. Well, working as good as it's going to. So in the meantime, let me think. So we need to actually get some connection logic in the game. At least like sync up the world, the seed, player positions, all of that fun stuff. Which is going to be a lot of work, probably. But we can hack some stuff together. Just so we get something on the screen. I can return these as well soon. Actually, let me do these now. So it's like... And then anywhere that I call these, which is like if we need a good debug drawing thing. As well. So I'm going to steal some code from the other project for this network. Where do I draw stuff here? What is this? Okay, I've broken single player, but multiplayer still works. Ooh, it doesn't like that. Wonder why. Init. Network. Oh, I'm not freeing the socket. Alright. Okay, now we need to list all the connections. Just so we have an understanding of those guys. So we need like a line. Why didn't that draw? If is server. What? Why is this failing? That's really weird. Network type. That's what this should be. I guess for the client we can draw the ping. Then interestingly, the connection to itself is timing out immediately, so something isn't right with that one. The question is, why is that true? Oh, because of this. This should stop the integrated server from timing out from itself. Man, this gets complicated. Alright, so we need some sort of connection abstraction layer, basically, which maps like a client to basically like the game state itself. Like, why didn't it like that? I guess what we could easily do is just add a quick little packet that's essentially like tells it to load a world, and then on connection we can start to get like the world to sync up, which would be like step one. Let's say like start world. World start. Should be my packet ID. And then, so we need some extra steps. So we need a callback for when a connection is like fully established. So, so when we receive established server process UDP packet, so this is a callback we can listen to from the server, which is like, okay, a new connection came in, it's established. So like, so we'll send the world ID and just like the seed, I guess. And then So we also need some code to like receive packets. This is like really dirty netcode, but this will be fine for now. So it's like client handle if we receive let's see, world set where do I get the seed? Yeah, this should be the session seed. So did it never receive the update? I need like a more in-depth handshake though for this, because the game state's complicated. But I just want something bare bones. Oh, I'm never setting the callback, of course. That would never work. Yeah, interesting. It's never receiving. Okay. So send to connection at handle. Let's start. Am I not listening? Receive TCP. Let's start. This should be UDP, of course. That would explain it. I like that Visual Studio Code is cross-platform because I work on Mac and Linux as well. So I like having just one editor that just kind of works everywhere. So that's kind of why I use it mainly. I also prefer, I don't like how slow it is for VS Code or Visual Studio to like load up. It just feels like a very heavy IDE. I do use it for debugging though, because I like its debugger. Because the Visual Studio Code debugger kind of sucks. Alright, so in theory these are the same worlds, but I'm actually not sure if that's true. Because they don't look the same at all. So where is this? Am I in a different coordinate? I am. Yeah, it's like the same world. Man, my nose is so stuffed up. Wait, 527. No, we're not in the same world. Certainly not the same world. That's annoying. Let me make sure we're sending the same world. Alright, so, oh, this is completely different. So 5467616, and this is way off. What is happening? I'm not. I'm using TCP and UDP. I might do reliable UDP at some point because it's probably a good idea. But yeah, right now I'm doing TCP for like game state stuff. So like the connection handshake, obviously like loading the world, inventories and stuff I'll do with TCP. Because like with those I care that the message is received and that the order of the message is maintained, because like there could be some state that depends on like the order, you know, to come in. So TCP is great for that because it's just like that's what the protocol is designed for. But I'm going to use UDP for pretty much everything else. Like kind of streaming the positions of the entities, I'll use UDP. And like input and stuff. Because like that stuff I don't care whether packets get dropped or come out of order. I just care that they come in frequently enough and that the latency is low. So I think that'll be fine. If TCP ever does sort of like bottleneck me, a reliable UDP layer could be a good idea. Because yeah, with TCP, if a packet's dropped, it kind of just stalls the whole pipe, and then that's not great. So this messed up. So we wrote the world ID and this, and then we received that. Oh, U32, of course. It should be a U64. That would explain a lot. So host. Again, it's hard to tell if these are the same though. 19. I think I spawn in different locations. Like I'm not in the same spot here. But I'm close, and it's certainly not the same. Which is interesting. 15. Are these the same number? Yeah, those are the same. So I'm gonna go to like world init, and I have the seed. I could be doing the seed in a dumb way, actually. I think I might be doing the seed in 2 different spots. Here we go, world seed, that's correct. So is my generator running a different seed maybe? Yeah, my generator's running a different seed. This is dumb. What do I use this for? Yeah, I need to fix my generation. This is dumb. I'm doing this. How do I want to handle this? Let's do a stupid thing like this for now. This will be a massive to-do. Let's see. There we go. These look like the same world. Nice. Okay, that's great. Well, they're not fully identical because it seems like the randomness of the foliage is not the same, which is interesting. Figure out what's causing that. Seed. What do I like select the cactus? Or the plant, maybe? I really need to gut the generation that I'm doing because I'm doing this in a really dumb way, all of this right now. It's just like really hacked together. I'm not using arenas. Not formally, I guess. I do use arena-like allocation in certain systems. But yeah, it kind of depends on the system whether I do that or not. This is a long line. I am careful though about where and when I allocate memory though. So I try to allocate basically everything on startup if possible. And then I kind of use pools for everything. Which makes the code just easier to reason about in error cases. Yeah. I've been considering doing arenas. I just haven't really gotten to it yet. What am I doing? I'm not even. So anywhere I call random. So where does this random thing come from? Oh, this is just like random by the chunk. So this thing needs to be initialized. I suppose my random seed could just be the chunk X and Y. Like, it could be like... this equals like chunk y over 32. U64 ORed by the x. This would give me a unique chunk ID, which fits into that. And I guess I could just multiply this by the world seed. Times and that would get me a random seed. And now these should be the same in theory. Yeah, those look the same. Trees are broken in the same way. Okay, just for like the sake of testing, because it's fun, I'm gonna send the position in a really stupid way. And then eventually I'll come and fix this, but I just want to see like stuff actually working, because that is more motivating. So we need some UDP packets. Where's my network class? Yeah, so like position, we'll send a TCP event. Block update as well will be one. And then all right. So we'll do this again in a really stupid way. So like send positions. I'll send these as doubles, why not? Oops. Well, these are already doubles, so I can just send them. Or no, they're not. Yes, I'm going to do this in a very dumb way. Let's have a hash map of, let's see. Let's have like, all this stuff should just be to do actually. Okay, so We'll handle this in the client, case, packet, ID, UDP, positions. So we will expect that's true. This will be like our count. I guess this is gonna be a U8. Okay, so that should handle receiving for all the clients, and then we just need to do the same for the servers receive, which will be similar without the for loop, basically. I don't need this either. This should be a U32, so that's fine. Okay. Yeah, then the server just has to broadcast these every frame as well. I use DirectX 11, OpenGL, and Metal, so I support 3 of them at the moment. I'm running DirectX 11 right now for testing. Okay, so we need to send, how many connections are there? Send buffer.write, U8. We'll just do this. I guess this would be this. I think that should work. I just have to actually draw these guys now. Which is kind of easier said than done, but we'll figure something out. Yeah, I do. It's on the roadmap. Oh, what just happened? Unsigned. Interesting. Yeah, it's on the roadmap. Well, I don't have a formal roadmap, but it's just I have a lot of things I need to get done. So it's lower on the priority list because I have the other APIs implemented. Okay, so right, unsigned char. So this write buffer isn't activated. Interesting. Where's that from? Session update. Okay. Where's the update function? So, oh, here we go. If should be a server. I should already be seeing a position, but all right, that didn't work. I should be receiving positions though. Let me see if I'm receiving these packets or not. I might just not be rendering them in the correct spot. Doesn't look like I'm receiving positions. Am I sending them? Okay, we're definitely sending them. Just not receiving them. Client handle UDP. This should be this. UDP. This should be that, of course. Typos. This might work now. Maybe not. Let's see. So it's not even trying to send them. Interesting. Else if is server. What? Oh, it's the else. I'm making dumb mistakes. This is annoying. It's always these stupid little logical things. I'm like, why isn't this working? It's because I had an else. Because like an integrated server is both a client and a server. Okay. Here we go. Still not seeing anything, but we're at least receiving positions now. So it just means our positions are in the wrong spot. Let's see, receive position. That looks good to me. There we go. I should be seeing both though on All right, let's add block breaking as well. Again, this is like really dumb code, but we're just doing it to get some stuff working because it's fun. Okay, almost there. It's basically the same for this case. Alright, not quite working. I wonder why. Oh, whoa. It's like deleting the blocks. It like wants to work, but it's not quite there. Interesting. What did I mess up? I messed something up. So, world X, Y layer block. Then we send, and then the server receives. X, Y layer block. Does this not always default to 0? That should be fine. XY layer block. Oh, these are flipped. Again, another dumb mistake. I'm like, why isn't this working? All right, sweet. Yeah, you can already see how the water differs between the two, even in like the simple case. This is like the no latency case. Just like watch how it's different on the left versus the right. The flow doesn't move deterministically. I mean, it's pretty similar, but it's not great. This is like the best case scenario where you have like no ping. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, the pressure changes with depth, yeah. Yeah, it looks good. This is going to be easily the hardest part about making this game multiplayer is going to be dealing with the water physics. This is a multiplayer, so this is like a separate client. I'm working on multiplayer right now, basically. But anyway, like I was saying, is this is gonna be really difficult because so I do the water simulation on the graphics card in like in shaders, and basically in order for the water to flow smoothly, I have to simulate it on the client locally, because otherwise it's just like too much data to like send over the network without your water looking like really choppy. So I am going to be doing a local simulation and a server-side simulation. And the server-side simulation of the water is going to be like the ground truth state. It looks good right now because I have basically a 6 millisecond ping between, you know, one client and the other. So like if I delete a block, it's like it immediately happens over here on this client. So like they look pretty much one-to-one. But you can imagine like if you have, let me go find a lake that has better flow potential. Here we go. Here's a good one. You can kind of imagine situations where, like, say rather than having a 6 millisecond ping, you have I don't know, 200 millisecond ping. Yeah, I don't have an easy way to do that yet because I just haven't added that feature into the engine yet, but I will because that'll be really useful. But you can imagine like if I break a block here and then I immediately like fill it back in. If there's a 200 millisecond ping where one client sees that happen versus the other, you'll have like 200 more milliseconds of water flowing through that hole. So the volume you get at the bottom will be slightly different. Actually, that'd be a good idea. I could definitely do that. I don't have that easily accessible right now, but yeah, for a future thing. So yeah, so there will always be some sort of latency issue with just like flowing water. Because if I'm going to be doing a local simulation, it's just like impossible to avoid that, I think. But the server will be simulating the water as well. So what I plan to do, and I don't even know if this will work that well, is I'm going to let the client simulate their water locally, and then maybe have some sort of like heuristic that checks each chunk to like, basically like a similarity heuristic, where it's like if the water has diverged significantly, then the server will like re-sync the client to the truth state. So like if there is a case where this pool is higher than it should be because of latency, on some sort of tick interval, it can like try and validate itself. And that might work well enough. I'm not even sure yet. But if you just like, it's kind of hard to see because they're off screen of each other. You can see even the way that it flows, like the randomness, the chaos in the flow isn't even one-to-one because it's just like non-deterministic. I mean, it like looks roughly the same because it's the same physics applying, but like the chaos in the particle movement is essentially non-deterministic with like ping and timing. Yeah, welcome back. I haven't streamed in a while too, so yeah, I've been up to a lot of stuff off stream. Yeah. It technically shouldn't if we're following real physics. I don't have an air simulation, so there's no like back pressure from the air. It kind of treats like air as a vacuum. So yeah, I think it does like fill in. Let me create like a void down here. That's a really bright light. I need to find a light that's not so bright. Here we go. I can make this one bigger. I have this like random light button when I press the key. Yeah, so if we have like a void over here on the right, just like let the water in. Wow, that really shot up there. There's a lot of pressure down here. Maybe that wasn't a great example. Oh my god. I need to make the lights less intense. That's a good one. Yeah, so it fills up. It's kind of cool because you can build like little contraptions with the water. You can like watch it equalize. Oh, I also have oil in here as well. Oil and lava. So there is like multiple fluids. The oil and the lava don't look too great because their shaders are just basic orange and black coloration. I'm going to start a new server. There are other edge cases that are annoying with the water as well that I've just thought of. So the other main problem isn't a latency problem. It's actually just like a simulation volume issue. So the way the simulation works, basically, let me show the buffers for these. Maybe this one's a good one. It's not really a great one. This one's alright. It's kind of hard to see, but this actually isn't the best example. But the simulation happens basically on a chunk-wise basis. And this is like a giant buffer. It's like a texture where the simulation data is being stored currently. You can see it's like broken up into chunks. So like here's the bottom of a lake here, and here's like another piece of a lake. And as I fly around, you can see that these chunks are like reassigned to the world. So like there's always, you know, a simulation chunk that gets assigned to a world chunk. And that's how the water can be all over the place, right? So one of the problems though is that like there is a boundary between where like the simulation volume ends and like a chunk without simulation begins. Because I just can't simulate the entire world at once, right? You have to simulate a region around the camera. And in multiplayer, you could have different clients in different places throughout the world. And you could have flowing water between basically one client could have one portion of the world loaded with simulation and the other might have a separate overlapping region. And the simulation regions might overlap, say, in the middle. Like, say your two different clients are like 300 blocks apart or something. So their simulation areas partially overlap, but not fully overlap. And then you can imagine a situation where there's water flowing from one end of that to the other. So basically, there's like a discontinuity between where the water is simulated from like one client to another. And if you have flowing water between that, that can mess up the state of like one client versus the other. Because like one client, their simulation might think that there's no more water to the right because those chunks aren't loaded. But the other client can see the water on the right, so its simulation is just going to continue on. And that can have consequences, you know, on like where water ends up. So again, the way to solve this is that we would force every client to simulate the same chunks always, even if you're not like visibly in the other areas. And that way you can just guarantee that like every client is simulating the same chunks at the same time. So you never get these weird like partially overlapping areas where water is simulating. I'm saying simulate a lot. But that's an issue when it comes to player limit, like player count, because it's not cheap to just scale up the simulation, right? Like if you have, you know, one player, you only have to simulate, you know, 10 chunks. If you have two, you'd have to simulate 20. If you have 3, 30, etc. So it's not really scalable to do that. Which is probably fine in like a co-op game because you probably have, you know, 4 to 8 connections maybe in a co-op server. But in a larger server, like that's actually a problem. And I'm not sure what I want to do about that either. So there's lots of like little edge cases to consider with this, which makes it really difficult. And I can understand why Terraria does like a cellular automata simulation for water instead of like a actual fluid sim, because it's easier to reason about that problem when you're not actually dealing with large volumes of moving liquid. I think these are all solvable problems though. So I'm just gonna like try it and see what happens. Well, I can connect more than just 2 clients. Let's try Let's try 4. All right, here we go. My computer's spinning now. I need to zoom out on one of these. I don't know why I'm not seeing these red orbs on all the other screens. I need to figure that out. I should be seeing them. Yeah, I should, let's see. Maybe I can turn down the FPS a little bit. Let me see. I can make this less intense. It's the water simulation. I have it like pegged out right now with how much area I'm simulating. This can be 8. I'm actually really happy with how this has come together, even if I'm kind of like hacking. I have a really hacky multiplayer implementation right now. It's just cool to see that like some of this stuff just does work kind of innately. Yeah. Well, it's not even 4 at once. It's like if you just have a server with more than 4 people connected across different computers. Okay, let me see why these red orbs aren't working, because that is a player state thing. Receive TCP, receive UDP. It's like not receiving the positions correctly, I think. Let's see. I need to turn this off of 4. I don't know. Okay, this one. What are the IDs actually? Maybe it's just overwriting the same part of the map. Doesn't like to reconnect. What's it failing on? Let me wait until, let's see. I think I know part of the problem. There's something weird going on here with the positions. Alright, so like what is 249? I don't know what that one is. It's interesting because that's not the one I'm getting. I'm like seeing both of these, but I'm only getting these two. Which is super weird. So something is not working. Let's see. So we send Yeah, these like map to the same positions, I think. One of them just garbage. It's super odd. I don't know where the other one's coming from. I don't see the obvious issue right now. It will be once it's done. Yeah. It's a long way from being released though. There's a lot of work left. I don't understand what's happening with this weird, where is 101 and 23 coming from? That's so odd. Because these are correct. These are like mapped to these, right? But it's like I'm also getting a 101 and a 23 in there. And it's like some weird garbage value. Well, it's like close to the, they're like close to each other. Like they look almost correct. But I don't know what's happening. It's so weird. I'm not sure what's happening. It must be the set function, right? Like, am I getting... let me receive, UDP receive. I'll send these infrequently as well, because otherwise I'll just spam the console with them. I'll send them every second. And then on the server, I'm just going to write a... So I just need to understand where these numbers are coming from. Is it like part of my hash map class, or is it like a networking problem? Or is it a logical problem? Okay. So like, oh man, I exited out and just immediately. Let's do one of these. So like when we host, we should only see, and then let's exit. So we see, we receive this at that position. And then we send it, but then we get another one. Like, where does the second one come from? That's so bizarre. Let's have a second one of these. Let's show this client, just for like sanity's sake. Some nice latency right there. That looks better. I'm not getting the duplicate thing that I was before. I don't know why that would make a difference though. It's really bizarre. Let's just open this back up. I think this is working better. I don't even know why I'm worried so much about debug code, actually, because I'm not keeping this position code. I guess I just want to see it working. Yeah, there we go. All right, well, that was great progress. Pretty happy. I didn't think I would get this far today in terms of actually having something partially playable, because multiplayer is difficult. And I need to have a good think about how to do all this state management in a more proper way, though, because I can't just spam packets to like ensure state remains as it should. I need to like actually think about how to architect this. But at least I have a basis for which I can build upon. Maybe I should take a nap. Yeah, I work on this a lot off stream. Most of it's actually done off stream. I'm not really doing much right now. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking. I'm just thinking through all the things I need to consider here with how to move forward. Yeah, I'll stream more often. It's pretty fun. I'm never sure how many people find this stuff interesting, because like it can be pretty dry sometimes. Like here's a good example. The water's diverged between the left and the right here. See, it's like it's flowed up more on the left side than the right for some reason. I wonder why that is. There's like more pressure on this side than on this side. I don't know why that would be the case. Yeah, it is pretty tough. I mean, there's like, I wouldn't say it's like incredibly tough. It's just a lot of things to think about. It's like this is a problem here. Like this is just fundamentally the simulations have ran for a bit and they're running independently right now. So the water is not actually synced over the network. It's just simulating locally. Yeah. So since these are just local simulations, over time, you know, you just get more chaos. And I'm using floating point math in GPU floating point math too, which is already kind of non-deterministic unless you have specific flags enabled. So yeah, it's like there is some discrepancy. And this is the best case scenario where I have essentially no ping because I'm connected to myself. So yeah, this is like, I don't know, it's just tough. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing. I haven't done that yet. And I'll need to think about how to do that as well. Yeah, like I said earlier, my plan is that so like in this example, the left screen here is the server client. So this is like going to be the authority here because this is the one who's actually the server. I'm going to have it be like server authoritative, and that this client's water would be like the truth, the ground truth. And then what I'll need to do is I'll need some mechanism to determine whether like the water between the connections are diverging or not. And I need to do this in an efficient way because there's a lot of water, right? There's like it needs to be an efficient check to determine this. So I'll need some sort of heuristic that, you know, scans the water like data, generates some number, I guess, and then if I compare that number against, you know, the server, I can determine whether like an update is necessary or not. Yeah, there are ways you can do it. Yeah, it's complicated because there's like multiple layers of the onion here with this, and I'm not even super experienced with this myself, honestly. I just kind of know of these problems. So like the one issue is that by default on most GPU vendors, the floating point arithmetic isn't guaranteed to be deterministic, because they don't do like the goal for rendering usually is speed over accuracy. Now obviously they are accurate, but it's like you're not getting the full accuracy on the GPU, because in 99% of the cases, like, it doesn't matter. It just matters that it's close enough, because most of the time you're just doing like transforming polygons around. And if you're off by some tiny decimal point, it's like that doesn't matter. So they can simplify the operation by not determining or not guaranteeing determinism. Now, of course, GPUs can do deterministic floating point, because there are other uses for the GPU besides rendering where that does matter. Like if you're doing like GPU compute, like it may be necessary that your floating points always, you know, deterministically evaluate to the same set of numbers given a specific input. So like that is a feature, and that's possible, but it's slower to do that because you have to turn that on. But the other problem is that between GPU vendors and between driver versions, you're not even guaranteed to get the same floating point behavior, just due to the specifics of how like it's implemented per graphics card. And the problem is that these GPU vendors are very closed source about how they do things, so it's hard to get documentation on how they differ. So basically, what you could instead do is not use floating point at all. You just do purely integer based, you know, fixed point simulation arithmetic. In that way, you are guaranteed to get the same results, but then you just have to do your whole simulation using, you know, integer math. Yeah. So that's certainly an option. I don't know. It gets tough. Yeah. My gut feeling is that, well, I guess it's like ultimately the solution to this quote unquote problem is like you either guarantee that it's fully deterministic. Well, actually, sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained at the moment thinking about this. Yeah, okay, let me take a step back. So even if you get the simulation to run deterministically per step given a specific input, the determinism still requires the time step to be the same between the clients, right? So like, not only would you need to guarantee that between simulation like frames, the math deterministically like flows, but you need to guarantee that the server and the clients are like on the same time step. So it's also true based on like input from like outside the simulation. For instance, like placing blocks, which would influence, you know, the flow of the water if like a block suddenly appears within the stream. you can be deterministic in the math, but if you're not deterministic in the input, then you could still have a diverging, like the simulation could still diverge just because of the latency of the input. So you need to solve that problem too. And I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you were in here for that, but you could have different simulation volumes, depending on which chunks are loaded between clients and like how the overlap of those volumes, like the consequences of how that changes where water can flow between chunks. So you need to guarantee that that is consistent. So my philosophy is that it's like it's a lot of work to guarantee that all those things are done correctly. So I am taking maybe the easy way out, and I'm just not going to guarantee that they're deterministic. So instead, I'm just going to do the method where I just locally simulate, and then, yeah, like I said before, sort of test for divergence, and then if the divergence crosses some threshold, I will just force the clients back to the true state. Yeah. I don't even know. I don't know the correct answer for this, to be honest. And I've thought about it a lot because it's like a tough problem. And like ultimately too, it's like these are already very edge case situations. It's like these problems only really present themselves in situations where the water is flowing in a chaotic way and you're like modifying the blocks. So like most of the time the water just sits there idle in a lake or something. So like I think just doing this sort of heuristic based divergence check approach will be good enough for like 99% of the issues, like the problem cases. And if there's a case where like the water truly does diverge quite drastically, you might just see the water snap back to a different position every so often. And that's just like a quirk of, you know, the game. I don't know. It's just like something that you just kind of have to accept will happen. So that's my that's my ramble about that. Yeah, I think it's gonna be good enough. Because like otherwise I'll be spending all my time just trying to like reconcile the water. When like 99% of people won't even notice the cases where it kind of snaps back. And I would like to move on to other features, so I can't spend all my time. Yeah. Yeah, and it's cool. It's cool that you're doing that. I respect that a lot, actually, because I'm choosing the easy way out a little bit, but yeah. All right, let's see. I'm not even sure what else to work on tonight. I'm kind of like, my mind is cooked. Actually, I do want to try stress testing this a bit more. Oops. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, because I don't do that currently. I could try that, yeah. But yeah, I don't push them to 0 yet, and that's a good idea, and I certainly should, because right now I can get situations where like a cell just has like a tiny fraction of a value in it. Yeah, because the other concern, I guess, on this vein, while I'm still thinking about this, is so I do the simulation in this buffer here. So this is, I think, 8 by 8 chunks, so 64 simulation chunks right now, and the buffer takes up 4 megabytes. And this is what I would need to sync, is this 4 megabytes. Assuming I synced all 64 chunks at a time, which I certainly wouldn't do. So like 4 megabytes is that many kilobytes divided by 64. So each chunk is about 64 kilobytes of uncompressed fluid state, which is kind of a lot to just like spam over the network, I think. It's not massive, like 64 kilobytes isn't massive, but that's kind of a big packet, right? It's like, if I'm constantly sending the fluid, it needs to be smaller than that. Otherwise, I'm just like spamming a bunch of fluid data. Now, I imagine compressed, it's going to be less than this. I just don't know how much yet, and I should figure that out as well. Because if it's like, if compressed, it's like a small footprint, it might just be fine to just send this constantly to the clients, like whenever they diverge slightly. But if it's large, I'll need to be more careful about how I do that. And I actually don't have a good compression algorithm implemented in the engine yet, so I don't even have a way of testing that easily. I need to do that next. But yeah, let's do a bunch of clients. I love this new multi-launch tool I have. Oh my gosh. The sounds are just like all overlapping. Here's 8. This is actually my limit for the player count, will be 8, I think, for the co-op mode. Alright. My computer's gonna start freaking out, I think, because I'm doing like 8 versions of the game at the same time. Oh no, this one went black. I can't seem to reconnect. Doesn't like it. So I guess we lost 2 of these clients. Because of a bug I still need to fix. So we have 6 here. And conveniently, we're by water, so that's nice. I can't see on the server. I mean, it works pretty well. Like, I'm very happy with this. Now, if I disconnect the server, all these guys should disconnect as well. Yeah, there we go. All right, let me think. I was gonna do one other thing. I think I'm gonna end the stream here soon though, so I'm getting kind of hungry and my brain is toast. And I'm like, I have a bit of a cold too. I don't know if you can hear my voice, but it's like I have a bit of a sinus headache. It sucks. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. What should I do? Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. Yeah, so right now I have these little hotkeys. Oh man, I don't need 8 clients. I don't need 8 of them anymore. Oops. Oh, I broke single player as well. I should fix that before I end the stream. Yeah, so I have these buttons to spawn liquid. So I can spawn like water, oil, lava. And I want to get those synced over the network as well. And this will be an easy demonstration of how they'll diverge, because I think this is going to break things. But I need to find where I do that. Simulation. Where's my simulation? Oops. Actually, maybe this won't be easy. I need to do a bunch of other stuff before this will work. Yeah, I'm probably gonna give up on that. But yeah, this multiplayer stuff is very bare bones still. So I need to do a lot of work to actually like sync up the game state and like spawn objects, entities, because like right now my position sending is literally just sending the position from a client, storing it in a hash map, and sending the hash map to all the other clients. Which is not how you do it. So we'll fix that at some point. I can delete all of this though. Let me fix single player. So what's the issue with single player? So I guess it just never starts up, and that's probably because in here we have interesting. All right, there we go. I need to figure out why connecting and disconnecting doesn't reestablish the connection. Oh, it's never receiving the UDP handshake. Whoa. So it's failing at the handshake, I guess. So established. I have my own graphics abstraction layer, basically. And I program all my game rendering code using my abstraction layer. And then, based on the backend graphics API, I've just implemented my abstraction layer in each API. So then my game code only uses my abstraction, and then so long as I've implemented my abstraction correctly with the APIs, everything should just work. That's basically how it works. So it doesn't like the handshake, but it's sending it. See, here we go. It's sending the handshake. It's just not receiving the handshake. And I can show that off more directly, actually, if you'd like. So essentially, I have my graphics library here, where I have a bunch of functions. Like, let's look at the render target. Like, here's my render target class, which is just like a texture that you can render into. And this is like my forward-facing render target implementation. So like in my game code, I would use this. And you have basic functions that you can call, like you can initialize the resource, copy parts of it, just like general things you'd want to do with the render target. If we jump to this, this just calls into this core GFX namespace, I call it, which is like my backend. And it calls like an API render target init function. So if I jump to this, it jumped to the D3D11 implementation because that's what I'm currently running. But like this function gets compiled into my executable if I'm running the D3D11 like backend. So this is like the D3D11, code to basically create a render target. I could like go to the same function in OpenGL. So like if I'm running OpenGL, it'll compile in this one. This is how you do it in OpenGL. It's like you create a texture and you bind it and you set certain flags. And like in Metal for Mac, it's kind of a similar thing, compiles the Metal equivalent code. And then that way there's like a clean separation between my game code and my sort of rendering backend code. The light just went off. And then sort of built on top of these, so I call a render target, I call all of these things resources. because that's essentially what it is. It's like a thing you're allocating in GPU RAM that you can, you know, do stuff with. So you also have like vertex buffers and instance buffers and index buffers and like uniform buffers and all this other stuff. Shaders, those are all resources. So like my abstraction layer is just really built on the concept of having resources. And then I also have like a scene graph abstraction, which is built sort of on top of that concept. And the scene graph is responsible for managing state, because in addition to resources, you have like the rendering state. So the scene graph sort of takes care of basically the render state. So I have these render commands, and commands are things I submit to the graph. So like a render command is basically a packet of GPU work, I guess. So that can be a draw call, that can be like a compute dispatch, it can be like a clear render target, and you have associated state that gets applied with that. And then each backend kind of handles state in slightly different ways. They're mostly similar, but there's certain state that's baked into like the pipeline state object versus like the encoder, if you're thinking about like metal. And there's different state that can be shared between draw calls or not. So like each backend kind of manages that in an optimal way for the API that's being called. So that's, yeah, it's a long, the long explanation of what's happening. So why is the, let me think about this. Let me look. So connect, that works fine the first time. Connect again. It can't receive the UDP. So is the UDP connection failing, or is it simply not receiving it? Like, which part of this is failing? Like, it's possible I'm not disconnecting the client, and then that's causing a problem. Let's see. This is fine. So is the server receiving the UDP? Stop sending positions. Okay, so that received a packet. How come that was allowed to connect twice? What? That's some good C++. Completely understandable C++ code. The best kind. What is happening here? This is really bizarre. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Glad you enjoyed it. It's always a good chat. Good time. I'll stream again more often. Probably mostly on Sundays though, because I'm pretty busy throughout the week, so. But yeah. Look forward to next week around the same time. I should be here. Okay, let's see. See you later. Let's see. Client. What's interesting is this seems to fail if there's other UDP packets coming in at the same time, which makes me think my packet handling code is the problem. But I'm not sure yet. I feel like I spend so much time just debugging weird little issues. That should be obvious. But like when I had this commented out, I was able to reconnect just fine. right? It's like you connect, you drop out, then you reconnect. It's working fine. So it's as if I'm not receiving the packets. Oh, like I'm not receiving the packets for the handshake. And I'm not sure why that is the case. Must be something in my network handling code. Maybe I'm like early outing when I shouldn't be. I'm not sure. I'm probably gonna take a break though, because I think I'm not being too productive. So yeah, I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you guys for watching. It's been a fun time. Made lots of progress. Hopefully I come back again soon, and everyone can join. But yeah, thank you guys. See ya.